right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Pucks and Pints Radio season finale. Hard time with the mouse. Radio is live. Radio is live. Cannot. There we go. All right.
Come on down to Jimmy Sports Lounge. Come on down tonight. Come on. Come on down to Jimmy Sports Lounge. Everything gonna be all right. Come on down to Jimmy Sports Lounge. Come on down today. Come on. Come on down to Jimmy Sports Lounge. It's a great place to stay.
The fastest 60 minutes on ice. Pucks and Pints Radio.
He shoots and scores. The greatest goal scorer in National Hockey League history. It's Wayne Gretzky.
It's hockey time. Here are your hosts, the Big B, Coach K, and Bacon.
The waiting is over. You believe in miracles? Yes!
And now for Pucks and Pints.
Of course, he's not here. The only reason I showed up tonight was I thought Bacon would have a honeydew watermelon raspberry IPA, and then he would explain to us how the Eskimo forgot the pick at number 5, and then of course pick Ottawa to finish 4th or 5th.
I'm saying when he does come, I'm saying the beer tonight is filled with chia seeds, quinoa, and glad tidings.
No idea what he's going to drink. He's the one that's supposed to lead the show.
Well, it's been an interesting weekend.
I forgot what time the show started, guys.
In fairness, I thought it was 6. I was just coming in early because I normally am early.
Well, and it's pre-show, but if Bacon is not the prodigy of Carey Price, I will never know.
Is he a big fan of Carey Price? I know he had some issues on draft day.
Well, he's a goaltending fan, right? And
right.
You get up there and you go, picking from Montreal. Excuse me. While I suck my crack pipe.
I don't understand why. Like, I watched the NFL draft, and the commissioner is reading out the picks. He has a card with him to read the pick, the team, and then the number of the pick, the team, and the name. Why doesn't these teams have that? Like, I watched a few of them. Like, Carey Price was the most egregious one because he completely forgot the name. But a couple of them stumbled a little bit, like they were trying to remember really quick, and it came to them like a half a second later. They're like, Jim Johnson. Right. Yeah, whatever it is. Why don't they have cards where they could just read it? What's wrong with that?
I have no idea. No idea. I am so amped to get into this, though. Jay Vegas did a video for us tonight. He'll be here, and so is Mike. They actually care about what we do, not like bacon.
Look, he's
Oh,
gathering.
wait a minute.
He's
Look who
gathering.
showed up.
I've been here for 5 minutes just staring at a blank screen.
He's gathering his flour-infused beer.
Yes. His honeydew melon infused IPA.
It's filled with rainbow drippings and hope. Is what it's infused with.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than the beer you drink that's just filled with sadness.
I drink a man's beer. I'm sorry. You might want to go down the route of Bud Light too. I mean, that may fit you in their new marketing campaign. Bud Light may be good for you. I, on the other hand, drink man beers.
Bacon's been doing softball all week, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a break. What are you drinking, my fair friend?
All right. Well, tonight I've got 3 selections from two local and one from what's that?
Is one of them the Forget-Me-Not Carey Price Eskimo beers?
I want to know what he was drinking because realistically,
I don't think he was drinking, Bacon.
you practice the name a number of times at the table. You walk up, 50, 60 feet, you stand on stage and then you screw it all up. I don't get it. But
He looked immaculate. I mean, his skin was immaculate for an Eskimo.
I don't know. Maybe he's back on the pills.
What are you drinking?
All right. The first one up tonight is it's called Next on Stage. It's an amber ale.
Okay.
From a local brewery here, Craft Heads, just brewed downtown here in Windsor. The second one is an IPA, an East Coast IPA.
Oh, Big B loves those.
Called Tropical Whirlpool.
Looks like there's a little bit of wacko tobacco in that one. Can you hold that?
Yeah, it does actually. I didn't notice that until just now. I wonder.
So what is tropical whatever?
You're about to
infused with?
consume wacko tobacco.
What is it infused with?
This is just this is just a hazy, juicy IPA with mosaic hops. It says exotic fruits, but I can't see which ones are in there.
I'm pretty sure if you hold it up to the screen, there's some wacko tobacco.
Yeah, and that palm tree leaf.
Yeah.
But it's not on the can, so maybe it's not.
It has exotic fruits in it. So
Hey, Bacon, before you hold the third one up, can you drink the wacko tobacco one before you pick Ottawa to be 4th or 5th?
And so my third one.
You know you're going to do it. You and I both know it.
I wouldn't pick. I'd pick Phoenix in front of Ottawa.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
My third one is by Red Heart Brewing. It's a combination. It's from Alberta, Snake Lake Brewing Company and Red Heart Brewing, called the Great Daylight Spectrum Pale Ale.
And you're going to drink all 3 in this 2-hour season ending.
I usually drink 3 in our 1-hour session.
All right, Bacon.
And you will be happy to know, Big B, in this one, bright and tropical with notes of ripe mango, citrus, and pear.
Of course. Can I ask you, before we get into hockey, I need to ask you a question. Before we did this show, right? Mm-hmm. Were you an IPA guy before then?
Yes.
Or was because you would get going on the craft beer, visiting all these places?
So yes, I was a craft beer guy. Okay. I not as much of an IPA, more of a red and a Pilsner type guy. Mm-hmm. The one, and it's funny because we had mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, the brewery that really kicked this off for me, and Coach K, you may remember this brewery. I don't know. It's back a while ago here in Windsor, called Ambassador Brewery.
Oh yes.
On Seminole.
Yeah.
And they had a beer. They had 4 different beers on their menu. The one that really got me
was that not the strip joint with the glory holes?
No, it was not. No.
Oh, okay.
Wrong show.
Wrong place.
They had a beer. So they had a cherry stout, a lemon lager, a shoreline lager. And then the one that I was first subject to was called Ambassador Hemp Ale. And it was actually a beer made from hemp.
Mm-hmm.
The key with it, though, was it was kind of like eating a pine cone. Like it literally had a piney taste to it. But it was intriguing. And that's kind of what kicked it off probably 25 years ago. Maybe even longer than that, 26 years
in the
ago.
backyard, and you would eat a pine cone. And now we're going to pretend, ladies and gentlemen, that we are hockey experts.
And just for you, I'm going to start with the tropical whirlpool
on a pine cone.
That's weird that, you know, it had a pine cone taste, and I was hooked immediately.
Yeah, it was really intriguing. It was really, I don't know. I wish I could find some to this day because it was really, really different. But it was good.
Okay. I am going to sit back, listen, not say a word until you get to a certain topic. Bacon, you are going to take us on the whirlwind that has been free agency.
All right. It's going to take me a minute to pull up my notes. Oh,
I figured while Bacon pulls everything up, I figured.
I can't wait to hear Big B.
I figured you would go in all guns a-blazing with with Toronto, because, they made these signings and you were blowing up on the chat how excited you were.
Not my call yet.
I figured that would be the lead topic and most of the discussion.
The Bacon will tell me when I'm free to speak. I'm more interested about the Metro division.
All right. Well, I'm not going to go by division. I'm going to go by date. So we're 3 days into the free agent market. Day one, like Coach K said, I was at a tournament with my daughter all weekend. And it was tough to keep up with, but there was a lot of movement on day one. I tried to get as many of the notable ones I could off the top. So we've got, we'll start with Kerfoot heading to Arizona, 2 years, $7 million.
Yep.
Oh my God, that's breaking news. Thank God we have so many listeners. Kerfoot going to Arizona.
Right. So I'm talking notable name players. I mean, there's a lot of players that signed that were, lower name guys that you're kind of like, well, I've heard of that guy, but who, they've got
the biggest name off the board, according to Bacon. This is better than Montreal going 4 or 5, Big B. The biggest name off the board is Kerfoot.
That's not what I said. I said I was going by date. And by going by date, I'm going by who was signed first on those dates. Right? So the fifth transaction in that day was John Klingberg from Dallas heading to the Leafs. 1 year, $4.15 million.
Wait, you're going in the order they signed? Because Kerfoot didn't sign until later today.
No, he's going backwards. Okay.
Backwards. Okay.
I'm going by what I have July 1st.
It's Bacon.
And it's
okay. Like you nothing makes sense with Bacon, Big B.
Right, but July 1st, the very first, as I was watching the NHL Network, the very first signing was Ryan O'Reilly to the President.
Ryan Reeves was the very first signing. Anyway, back to Bacon.
All right, what else we got? July 1st. So Klingberg to the Leafs, $4.15 million, 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
We got Eric Gustafsson. Gustafsson.
Yep. Big D guy.
Yep, to the Rangers, 1 year, just over $800K. So I think that's a pretty good signing.
Yep.
I think that's a benefit.
Can you tell us the age of everyone signing in New York?
Are you asking me or Big B? Because
they're all 30 plus.
Yeah. They're all old men. Are we in a rebuild or what are we doing for the Rangers? Anyway,
we will get there when Bacon says so. You're so excited to jump in all of a sudden.
They are in a race with the Penguins for the oldest team in the league.
I'm on fire. I really.
What else we got? We got Brian Dumoulin going to Seattle. 2 years, $6.3 million.
Never heard of him.
JT Compher moving to Detroit. 5 years, $25.5 million. That's a big one.
Stevie Y, the Red Wings, 4th or 5th.
Yeah, the captain making some moves.
Maybe 5th. I don't know.
So we got a goaltender, David Riddick. 1 year, $875,000 going to the Kings.
Okay, we can't do every.
I don't get it. That's the one I didn't understand. I get they're looking for a goalie, but he's not the guy. I don't think he's the guy.
But didn't they get somebody else too?
They did. They picked up 2. Let's see these, and then there's a bunch of little guys.
Oh, Cam Talbot. Yeah, they got Cam Talbot.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Ryan Graves. Here's a big deal. Ryan Graves, 6 years, $27 million to the Penguins. From the Devils. Let's see.
Big deals. Like Timo Meyer or
Tristan Jerry coming back to the Penguins. 5 years, $26.8 million.
Right. Sweeney demanding a trade out of Boston. Where is he?
Oh, Swayman? Yeah. Yep. He hasn't. I don't know if he's been picked yet. I saw that today.
I like it.
Yep. I saw that today.
Does Toronto have a goalie yet?
They don't.
Okay.
They haven't put the foot down on Samsonov yet. They did get rid of Shalgren. So I don't know what the plan is there.
You're dropping some big names. I'm like ready to collapse on the floor with all the names you're dropping here.
Noel Acciari, 3 years to the Penguins, $6 million.
Good deal.
That's a great deal.
I like him.
Here's another big one that surprised me. Alex Killorn, leaving Tampa Bay, going to the Ducks. 4 years, $25 million.
And Big B, the Ducks got Beardo. What's his name from Florida?
Radko
Gudas.
They making a move.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
little guys.
What about Duchesne? Where did he end up? Bacon?
He went from the Predators bought him out. He ended up $3 million deal in Dallas.
I like it.
Yeah. That's not a bad deal at all.
Yeah. Where did Ryan O'Reilly and who's that other dude? Luke Shen end up?
They both ended up in Nashville.
So we're creating a culture.
Yeah.
In Nashville.
I would have loved to see both those guys stay with the Leafs, but I really like them going together to Nashville. That's going to make for some good hockey coming out of that city.
Yeah, we
big
got
time.
Detroit, they got a big right D. Did they not sign Justin Hall for 3 years?
Yeah. Listen, so Hall is one of those guys, and I have this debate with other friends as well. He gets on the ice and he does a lot of things right, but when he does something wrong, it's at the most crucial time, and it's very, very visible.
Yeah.
So for him to go is like, see you later. Have a good time. Good luck, Detroit.
I have a question for you, Bacon. If you had to pick Detroit, the Sabres, Ottawa, Montreal, 4 or 5.
After seeing things this year, I'd go with the Sabres for sure.
Sabres, 100%.
Absolutely.
They got no goalie though.
Yeah.
They got no tender.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's tough. There's a lot of goalies staying where they're at and kind of moving. I mean, the Wings inked Reimer for some reason at 1.5 million. I guess he can't be any worse than who was
Jonathan
the
Quick. Go ahead.
no
and say it.
whoever
Can't
the
be
backup
worse
was they
than
had last
Jonathan
year that
Quick.
was just
At 54 years old, Jonathan Quick is playing for the Rangers.
yep,
Can we
800,000 1 year.
Keep this in mind. Now he's making fun of Jonathan Quick because he's on the Rangers. Meanwhile, when he went to Vegas, oh, it's a great move, and
I never said that.
we all debated that Jonathan Quick should start for the Vegas Golden Knights in the playoffs. So I don't want to hear that. Oh, now he's 50 because he plays on the Rangers. Yeah,
I would like to. I would like to omit Big B's argument from the discussion. Bacon. I do believe.
I don't think we can strike anything from the record on this show.
Yeah, we can strike. We can.
If
strike.
I'm living up to my Montreal pick, you got to live up to what you just said.
Yeah, of course not, because you have to point out because what's going to
I
happen
was the
too.
one that said Vegas. What about Vegas, guys? What about Vegas? What about Vegas? And you guys completely shot me down.
Okay, that's two different things. We're talking about Jonathan Quick. We all agreed, every single one of us agreed that Jonathan Quick should be starting for Vegas at the beginning of the playoffs. And you said, that's a great signing, great pickup. And now, of course, that he's playing for the Rangers. He's old, he's 54, blah, 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 blah. And wait till we get to the Ryan Reeves conversation, because now that's going to be DK's favorite player. But when he was on the Rangers going to Minnesota, he's the worst, he's slow, he's all blah, 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 blah. So, we'll have to just, wait.
Absolutely not on the Ryan Reeves train. Can we get to the Rangers, Bacon? Let's hear what our next year looks like.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some walkers and some A535 and some icy hot in their future, considering they're getting older. Like we said, we got Quick. They also picked up
Blake Wheeler.
and you might be better to speak to this than I will, because I have to flip through my notes here.
And I know everything. So anyway, Big B, tell us about the Rangers as they prepare to play the Hurricanes and the Devils. Please tell me.
So the Rangers had almost no cap space going in because they still have to sign Keandre Miller and Lafreniere to at least bridge deals, if not full extensions. So they had very little to work with to begin with. So I knew they weren't going to make big splashes. The Blake Wheeler deal for $875, I think it was, or something to that effect, after just being bought out by Winnipeg. That's a good deal. On a 1-year contract, they need a right wing. They were deficient. That's why they went out and got Tarasenko and Patrick Kane, because they're deficient at right wing. So they need a right wing.
That's Tarasenko with two bad knees.
Okay, but they still can't afford Tarasenko because they have no cap space. So they get Blake Wheeler. Blake Wheeler is going to fit in the second or third line, because you got to figure Capo Caco is going to move up to line 1 at least to start the season. Blake Wheeler fits in line 2, line 3 nicely. He still put up 55 points last year. I know he's old and slow. This is what DK is going to say. He can't do anything. He put up 55 points last year in 70 games. So
love Blake Wheeler.
So I think that was a good deal. Jonathan Quick is a backup goalie. He's going to play 20 to 25 games. What do you want from a backup goalie? Again, they had Halak last year, who was extremely bad to start the season and picked it up. I think Quick's experience, especially in the playoffs, leading the team to the Stanley Cup Finals, will only help Shesterkin. So I don't mind him being the backup goal. He's not going to be the starter. Shesterkin doesn't get injured. He plays most of the season. So you're talking 20, 25 starts for Quick is fine. I don't find an issue with that. And Gustafsson is going to be really good slotting in on the third defense pair with Braden Schneider. That's what they needed. They already have the top 6 defense set. So they
who do you see? Let's say second line. Who do you see on that second line with Wheeler, and who's his center and who's on his left?
Well, I'd like for them to move Trocheck down to the third line, put Hedel up to the second line, and you got Panarin, Hedel, and Blake Wheeler. Then you're talking about on the third line, Lafreniere is a left wing. He's stuck at left wing unless he's going to make the move to right wing, which he tried last year and it didn't work. So you got Lafreniere, Trocheck, and then you could put Goudreau on the third line, and the fourth line would be Pitlick, VC, and so I forget who else they signed, but hopefully they bring up Will Cooley, and I wish they would give Brendan Othman a shot as well, but he's probably going to go to AHL.
Yeah, that would be fantastic to see Cooley jump into that line.
Yeah, I would love Cooley to be on this team.
Absolutely.
Well, I love Will Cooley because I've watched him play for the hometown team. But let it be on record, ladies and gentlemen, I do not hate Blake Wheeler. I think he has a lot to give, and I would say that's a better pick than the two you got last year.
Well, I'll give Blake Wheeler. Blake Wheeler brings true leadership to this team as well, right? I still don't like Trouba being captain, and I've said that since he was named captain. I thought Kreider or Zibanejad should have been named captain, but Blake Wheeler brings true leadership to that team. So, and that's another thing I think that team needs. Regardless of who's the captain, Blake Wheeler can kind of be that guy that, handles the media, because Zibanejad handles the media now. You can go to Blake Wheeler. He's a good locker room guy. He'll command the locker room and people will listen to him. So I like the experience aspect. He's still productive. He's gritty. He's not afraid to get in on the boards and play the dirty game, which nobody wanted to do in the playoffs for the Rangers in the Devils series. So I like that. The other signings they made were fourth line guys and depth for AHL, but players like Pitlick and players like that are going to be gritty guys. I like the grittiness. They need toughness though. Somewhere they got to find toughness, and
So
I'm hoping it's Cooley.
You're happy.
I don't mind because I knew I knew they weren't going to go
Cooley's
like
not tough. Cooley's going to score goals. I'll tell you that.
When Cooley came up last year, he was fighting, he was hitting, and he was playing the dirty game. He was the toughest guy. After Ryan Reeves left, he was the toughest guy on the team for the short amount of time he was up. I don't mind what the Rangers did. Like I said, they had no money. They weren't going to sign big, Ryan O'Reilly or big names like that. They got what they needed, and now I'm hoping Othman and Cooley get a shot to make the team as well.
Cooley's an amazing hockey player.
I like the short amount of time he was here. I liked him a lot.
I actually know him personally, and he's an amazing young man. Carolina Bacon.
Carolina.
What's your question?
Never mind. I'll take over the show.
Carolina. First off, Dmitry Orlov
is watermelon juice.
Yeah. Coconut.
So here's my deal. I think the Devils did a really good job. Not a fan, never have been, never will be. We got Meyer, we got Bratt, we got Tyler Toffoli. Not making picks yet, ladies and gentlemen. That's in September. But if you don't fear the Devils, you should.
Here's the one thing about Timo Meyer, though, and I think we kind of agree that it was an overpay for him. He disappeared in the playoffs. He pulled a Panarin in the playoffs and did nothing in the playoffs. So that's something the Devils will have to, work on going into next year, because they will make the playoffs next year. They got to get Timo Meyer going if they want to advance far deep into the playoffs.
They will make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, they made it last year. They were a really good team. They did nothing but upgrade. So
I'm going to pick them now as the number one team. But
no, their goaltending is still suspect.
All right, Bacon, I want you to mute.
Done.
We're going to go to another ridiculous person that we quite frequently have on the show, Jay Vegas. Bacon, I'll mute him. There, Bacon's muted.
Hey folks, so this is it. This is it. Final episode of the season. What a great season we had. Great hockey season. Great podcasting season. It's kind of why I'm late getting here. Sorry boys, I was down at Service Canada. Big B down in the States, you might know that as the unemployment line. After this, I have no job. I'm rejoining the ranks of the unemployed. I mean, yeah, I work at Jimmy's still, but I'm talking about jobs I get paid for. These guys pay me big money for these picks. Big business guys. Anyway, we'll find something. I've been collecting aluminum cans from the neighborhood recycle bins. I'm going to be okay, guys. Don't worry about it. These losing picks don't really affect my overall bottom line. But here we are at the end of the season. Congratulations to Phil Kessel and the Vegas Knights. I don't know why Bacon and I don't have a ring. We both sat around and watched the playoffs as well. But whatever, Phil gets his third ring, I believe. Another ring for the hot dog boy. But the Vegas Knights pulled it off in great fashion. The final game wasn't even really a game. That was more of a beating, but congratulations to the Vegas Knights. Also news we're going to talk about. Melonhead's son, Max Domi, has just signed with the Leafs, and you know that's got the Leafs fans all optimistic now. We're clearing out Yonge Street already. I believe they're starting the parade next Thursday. We'll get to that later. What I do want to talk about, now that the season's over, most books are offering early lines for Stanley Cup winners for next year. The Colorado Avalanche are your clear favorite at 4. You can find them at 4.5 to 1 in some books, but 4 to 1 for the Colorado Avalanche. 2 teams are tied for second. You're getting 8 to 1 on the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, you got that rockin' duo with David Draisaitl, who on paper look like they can do virtually anything, but in the playoffs don't perform so well. And take a guess who the other team is at 8 to 1. Tied for second overall in the odds pools. Yeah, it's the Leafs, folks. You're getting 8 to 1 on the Leafs. No value there at all that I can see. I mean, technically, I would want something like, I don't know, 70 or 80 to 1, because it's been about 70 or 80 years since they've won a cup. I don't know. There's just no value there. What's really ironic, though, is that the 2 teams that were in the Stanley Cup final this year, Vegas and the Florida Panthers, you're getting Vegas at 12 to 1, you're getting Florida Panthers at 18 to 1. The 2 Stanley Cup teams this year are way down. They're nowhere near the top of the list. Near the top of the list as well, I believe at 11 or 12, 10 to 1, I think, you're getting the Devils. There could be some money in there. I might sprinkle a little bit on the Devils. I would definitely put some money on Vegas right now, because if they get off to a good start next year, you're not going to get odds even up until the All-Star break like that on them. Florida, not so much. I wouldn't dip into Florida at 18 to 1. I would want something more like 30 or 32 to 1, 36 to 1 on Florida. But the odds are already out for next season, guys, so you might want to get it in early. The odds will change in the off-season, as you know, and then once the season starts, the odds will fluctuate. You want to bet teams that you think may not get off to such a good start, or teams that you like now at higher odds. If you're looking for high odds, you get like San Jose. Teams like San Jose and Arizona. Both those teams are 125 to 1. The longest shot on the board on most boards is the Anaheim Ducks, and you're getting 250 to 1 of them. None of those 3 teams, I don't believe, will make the playoffs next year. But who knows? You're getting big money on those 2 teams, and that's what we're here for. We're here to make big money, guys. Over this whole season, my record ended up 1 game above 500, which doesn't sound that great, but we were taking a lot of dogs, folks. I don't know if you remember, but we were taking sometimes 3 to 1 odds on a player to score a goal. We were getting good odds. We ended up plus 2.14 units. Now, that's nothing to write home about, but it's also better than losing 48 units, which is what I could have lost if I didn't hit a single game all season. I had a lot of fun doing it. I had a lot of fun making picks, like I said. Now I'm unemployed. Who knows? I'll just keep making picks. I'll keep making these videos. I just won't submit them, and I'll just rewatch them at the end of the night. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. This has been a really good season, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. I love you guys, and I hope you guys do well. And listen, I'm going to leave you with this. It is Jay Vegas' pick of the week. There's no hockey for us to pick from. I mean, there is a female under 18 Bulgarian league starting right now, but we're not going to mix up in that. You know what? Tonight, take the Cubs. You got the Cubs paying even money against the Milwaukee Brewers. I know it's not bats and beers. I know that's not the theme of the show, but I got no hockey to give you, so I'm going to give you the tip tonight. Take the Chicago Cubs at even money. And that's your final Jay Vegas pick of the week here on Pucks and Pints Radio. Can't wait to do this all again next season, boys. Good luck, and may the odds be with you.
I would have liked a pick in the Bulgarian league.
He was good at picking those odd leagues before the season began.
I'm unmuting Bacon because he is incapable of doing
My
so.
mic has a mute. Did you not remember this? You're getting old, man.
I'm just waiting for my opportunity.
It's coming slowly. I got 3-4 points of other notable trades and or signings, and then a segue into yours.
Can you stretch those for another hour and 25 minutes and just leave him with 5 minutes?
Well, I do have more fruity beer in my fridge if we need to go through those.
I will be brief.
I don't know if I'll be conscious by the time we get to the end of it. So a couple other notable ones. Evan Rodriguez, former Penguin, now former Colorado Avalanche to Florida, 4 years, $12 million.
Good player. I like it.
I think that's a great signing. Mark Stahl, from Florida, to the Flyers, 1 year, 1.1. I think he's kind of just he's happy to play whoever somebody's going to pick him up.
He's like a candle in the wind.
Yeah. He's not a terrible player, but I don't see him adding a whole lot to that team, and I don't see him, taking away a lot from Florida by leaving. So it's he didn't win a cup, so it's time to move.
And there's some familiarity there because you're going back to Tortorella, who when he was a D on the Rangers, Tortorella was the coach. So there's some familiarity there.
Yeah, and maybe that's why he did it. It's hard to say. The biggest team, I say the team that spent the most out of the gate is the Islanders. They did 4 huge deals in one day.
Let's sign Engvall for 7 years.
That's it. Those moves don't make a sense.
I do not have dementia, I swear.
Right? Pierre Engvall, 7 years, $21 million.
Terrible.
Okay, great. $3 million a year. So what? But 7 years.
7 years is bad.
Right? And then they signed Mayfield, 7 years, $24.5 million.
Why?
I swear I don't have dementia. I signed 2 fourth-liners for 7 years.
Crazy.
Now the next two they did.
No beards allowed on the loop.
The next two they did, I agree with one of them, and I'll leave it to the end.
I agree with this goalie. He's
right.
Excuse me, I almost swore. He's construed in his head.
They signed 2 goalies. Varlamov, 4 years, $11 million, and Sorokin, 8 years, $66 million.
Definitely Sorokin, a good deal.
Yes.
I agree with the Sorokin signing. I do not agree with the Varlamov signing. That's a lot of money to pay for a backup goalie.
Backup goalie, yeah, that's crazy.
Why would you sign Engvall for 7 years? He's a fourth line forward.
Yeah. If you can pick up a goalie like Quick or Ranta, guys in the $800 to $1.2 million range, why do you sign Varlamov at 11 for 4 years? I don't understand it.
They could have brought back Halak for 800 grand or whatever it is.
Right, for half of that.
Space. Yeah, save that cap space to try to trade for what's his name who just demanded a trade.
He's senile. He's nuts. Hellebuck is going to go to Carolina.
How they just signed Anderson and Ranta. He's not going to Carolina. I want to see Buffalo try to get him.
Trade and sign. Trade and sign.
And then my last notable one before I get to.
Well, what about Dubas? The greatest general manager, president of hockey operations of all time. Dubas, your favorite guy.
The only thing I can say about Dubas, and again, it's not even in relation to signings, it's in relation to the draft. He got up there like he owned the place. Oh, we're going to do the Penguins in this. Dude, you've been there 2 weeks. You know nothing.
Idiot.
You know nothing. But hey, I guess fake it till you make it, right?
Well, let's go outside of how you and I feel about this, and then let's go to Big B. He's an idiot.
Again.
Big B or Dubas?
No, Big B is not an idiot. Yeah.
Good question, Bacon.
I say the way you framed it,
right.
Maybe we weren't talking about Dubas anymore.
Well, he's not an idiot yet. That'll be like October or November. But anyway.
But again, let's put this in context. When he was the GM of the Maple Leafs and went out and got O'Reilly and Achari and all of these, he was a great GM. He did a great job. Now he's an idiot.
Now he's gonna make me mad.
The thing is, he did everything that people wanted.
Yes.
No.
Absolutely, he did.
He's a little puppet that wanted more power, and now he's got it in Pittsburgh. And let's see what happens. And if you would give me the topic, I will tell you what I think.
It's coming. My last notable trade was Tampa Bay. Like we said, they got rid of Killorn. They shipped off Pat Maroon.
Yes.
And
not even going to make the playoffs this year.
Maxim Kajkovic.
Playoffs. Or will Boston.
So he's out, and all they got in return was a 7th round pick in 2024. So that kind of tells you the value they place on him.
Boston's going to lose, what's his name? Patrice Bergeron and Krejci are both retiring. Gone. Tampa, Boston, gone. Carolina, New Jersey, the Sabres, the Rangers, maybe. We'll see.
And leading up to the rant, we've got Michael Bunting, who I am glad to see go. 3 years, 13.5 to Carolina.
See you.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about him leaving. A lot of people are like, oh, Bunting is this and that. No. He's a liability. I called it before the playoffs. He proved it in the playoffs. Good riddance.
Kerfoot, Bunting, Hall. See you. Bye.
Yep.
No.
And then leading into that, we've got a couple of notable signings with the son of a former Leaf legend, Ty Domi, his son Max, 1 year, $3 million. And Mr. Unvaccinated, Tyler Bertuzzi, 1 year, $5.5 million.
Oh, the guy that wouldn't take the needle.
Yeah. So I wonder if anything ever comes of that, how's that going to play out since now he's on a Canadian team? Good luck, bud.
one more move.
Come on,
Sign your goalie. And one more move. Zadorov from Calgary.
You forgot to mention. You forgot to mention DK's new favorite player, in Ryan Reeves, getting a 3-year deal. Which
yes, we touched on him at the beginning. That's why I left him off at the end. But yes, 3 years.
Never once have I said
for Simmons 2.0.
He was on a Zoom call and I'm going to change the locker room. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. If you don't fucking hurt to Chuck, I have no interest in you. However, Bertuzzi and Domi, I like. You guys are far too young to remember the year we had Owen Nolan, Gary Roberts.
I am not too young to remember that.
And Wayne Gretzky screwed us out of everything. You guys are far too young to remember that. Bertuzzi and Domi are Coach K, thumbs up. Reeves for the dressing room, sitting upstairs, prepping drinks for the GM, whatever he does, maybe nailing the odd guy here or there, whatever. We need one more D-man, and we need to sign our goalie and AM34 5 times $15 million. I don't want to trade Nylander. I've never said I want to trade Nylander. I would trade Marner hands down first. But I'll tell you right now, they're bringing in character, they're bringing in toughness, and I like it.
So that gives me a question for you then. With Domi coming in, knowing that him and Marner played together for London in the OHL, they're very familiar with each other. They're very happy to be together. Is Domi coming in a precursor to Marner staying where he is at? I don't think you can keep any of the. You got to lose one of the 4. I think at this point because they're already $2.5 million over the cap space.
I read something today that they were 8 over the cap space.
Okay, so even worse now with some of the other signings. Yeah. So, well, you're right because I bet you the Bertuzzi one's probably the one that put him over.
Yeah.
Well, I would assume. Considering, wait a minute, guys. You got to consider Jake Muzzin going to Robitaille Island, Loophole Island, and we got to do something with Crackhead, the goalie, right? Like,
and with Murray.
Yeah, something's got to be done with him. But I think we're one defenseman away, and Nylander probably wants Marner money. He's please, Willie, your Meyer money will give you 8 over 8.
Mm-hmm.
And we sign Matthews, and we get rid of that frickin' figure skating transvestite Barbie piece of crap for Carlson. What do you think, guys?
I leave this to Bacon because this is your team.
Yeah, that's the thing we're going to disagree with.
Get rid of the baby girl. He's useless. Maybe he's the right winger the Rangers need.
I don't know, man.
Give us Zibanejad.
Yeah, I was right. That would happen. Zibanejad for Marner. Gee, sure. Stop. The Rangers don't have money. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Even if they wanted to trade for Marner, they don't have the money to do it. I mean, it would have to be like a Panarin going the other way, which isn't going to happen. Although that was like, one of the things in leading into the offseason, trade Panarin for Marner. It's a win-win for both teams. No.
Yeah.
How much longevity do you think Tavares has? And this is a serious question.
Tavares
From the standpoint
has a no trade, though. Tavares has a no trade.
Right. But that no trade doesn't mean much if he gets to a point where he says, you know what? I think I'm done. Right. If he says, I'm going to ride out the last, what, he's got 2 years left in his contract, I believe.
He's still a good hockey player. I don't care what you say.
No, he is a good hockey player. I'm not debating that fact. I don't think he has the stamina, and I don't think his body is going to hold up as well as he hopes. We've seen it in the past. He's a very good offensively minded player, but when it comes to the back check and when it comes to other things, he can't keep up with the play. He gets himself kind of behind and this and that. He does what is needed on the offensive side. I just don't know if, he's got a couple of young kids. He's got, I don't know. And the reason I say that is because there's four names there, right? 3 of them are coming up next year, and then I believe Tavares has got 2 years. So
you
got to lose one.
I only have one on my
list. And I think Nylander is the one that's going to go. I really do. I honestly do.
I would not. My God, he scored 40 goals last year.
Oh, I realize that.
You're kidding me.
100%. I just think he's the one that's going to go because he's the lowest on the totem pole as far as the money goes. Right? They're gonna pacify the other two.
The lowest one in the totem pole in my game is the guy who's afraid to go into corners. He's dipsy.
So with that logic, the other thing is if Tavares goes in the corner, he's out on a stretcher.
That is true.
Right? He's at the point where his knees aren't going to take it any much longer. Right?
Marner needs to go. He is useless. Yeah, 100 points. Hey, New York Rangers, there you go. There's your 100 points. No show in the playoffs. Oh, hey, I'm going to play with Panarin. We play the same game. Get rid of him.
I will say we will agree to disagree, but as you know as well as I do, one of those 4 have to go in order to make things work.
Marner,
right? And we're both sure that it's Matthews is going to stay, and he's already said, "Listen, I'm trying to."
Marner needs to go. If you can get Radarov or Zadarov, whatever his name is, out of Calgary. Who else is available? There's lots available in Calgary. Get rid of Marner now. He's Johnny Gaudreau 2.0. He's useless.
I wonder if they could send him to Columbus, send Marner over to Columbus to hang out with him. They'd have fun he'd go back and see, hey, Coach Babcock, how's it going? That'd go over really well.
Well, they were friends. Big B.
Mm-hmm. I'm just letting you rant.
Well, what do you think about Marner? He's not this superstar that people make him out to be. He's not Yari Curry, okay?
Statistically, he's pretty good.
Good. They get something for him. He's useless.
So don't be a fan right now and think of, from a hockey sense, from a system perspective, who is better in the system, Nylander or Marner? Not from a fan standpoint because you don't like him. Who is better that fits that system, Nylander or Marner?
Nylander. Bacon. Nylander is a better hockey player. Let's go. Come on.
I mean, that's a really good question because I don't disagree with, I think Nylander has more of the fundamental technical aspect of the system.
Mm-hmm.
I think Marner adds that extra little bit of flair though, where sometimes he gets into it, sometimes he doesn't, but I think he's worth more on both sides of the coin, as far as offense and defense. He comes back. He's back in the play. He may not. I agree with Coach K 100%. He's small. He needs to get a little bigger. He needs to maybe put on 15 pounds. Work out a little bit more. Whatever it might be to give him that extra edge in the corners, in the fight.
What's Johnny Goodrow won you?
What's that?
What has Johnny Goodrow won you?
What has he won me? He's won me nothing.
What has he won?
Oh yeah, absolutely nothing. I mean, he was great in Calgary, but I think it was partially because he had a whole team to help him out. Right? You take him out of that equation, and now he's just who?
Bertuzzi is an excellent pick. Domi, going back to where his dad played, it's going to be dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. I really have really happy to see Domi. Reeves, whatever.
So
Klingberg is a better right D than Hall.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
Marner needs to go.
So I have a question for you as far as the Bertuzzi and Domi signings. Why only give them 1-year deals? If you see them as part of the future, I know there was a ton of 1-year deals at really low money because the cap's supposed to jump next year. But the Leafs obviously have the cash to make these deals. Otherwise, they couldn't have. So they made the deals. Why not do at least 3 on those guys? You gave Ryan Reeves 3 years for some odd reason. He's going to be 39 at the end of the year, at the end of the contract. And I like Ryan Reeves. Why not give Domi and Bertuzzi 3-year deals? Why only give them 1 year? Because next year they would most likely walk and go somewhere else for big money.
They won't walk. Number one, Domi was signed at $775 with a $3 million bonus. Am I right, Bacon?
Yeah, it was. I'd have to get the exact number. It's close. It's like 775 with like I think it was like a 2.7 or something. Yeah, it was close to that.
Bonus. Bertuzzi wants big money. So here we go. The cap is about to go crazy next year.
Right.
They will stay if they play. You got 3 guys. You got Klingberg. I mean, back in the day, Klingberg was a giant slayer. He was a really good D-man. Orlov seems to get all the attention right now, and he's gone to another place. But I like Klingberg. I like Domi, and I like Bertuzzi. We're getting back to the days of Robert and Tucker.
Yeah, it is very reminiscent of Gary Roberts and Darcy Tucker. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great comparison of where they're at right now.
But again, why not sign them to a 3-year deal?
It's not time yet.
Well,
you just said it. Next year, the cap is going to go crazy. We all know it. The cap's going to jump. Who knows how much?
You got to sign.
There's no guarantee that they're going to stay because they're a Maple Leaf. They're going to go where where they get the most money, most likely. And that may not be Toronto.
You got Michael Bunting. Where did he go? Arizona.
He went to Carolina.
Whatever.
Yeah. 3 years, 13.5.
Yeah, useless piece of crap. They play in Toronto and they earn big money. We'll pay you if you're willing to be here, if you want to win. Big B, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it early. My gosh, Jersey is good. I'm going to call Toronto, Jersey in the Eastern Conference Final.
Wow.
Let me write this down.
Please. The way too early predictions have started.
July 3rd,
You need grit.
6:50 p.m.
You need grit, and I like it.
I need to ask another
Like
pertinent question.
Grit.
So you're saying, before he asks his question, so you're saying Toronto in the Eastern Conference Final, when they don't have a goalie at the moment, they're $8 million over the cap, and they need to make other moves, and like you said, they need a D-man and so forth. You're still calling them to the Eastern Conference Final.
I am. I'm gonna go early. I'm gonna think we're gonna sign Samsonov. We're gonna get rid of Murray somehow, and Muzzin's on Robert Island with Lupo, and yeah.
So you got to figure with all
I'm
the
gonna call Jersey
other
Toronto. There's no other option.
You got to figure with all the other odd goalie signings that Murray is going to get picked up somehow. They're going to unload it somewhere. I don't think that's a problem. My questions are this. July 3rd, 6:50 p.m. Is it just tobacco in those cigarettes? And how many Labatt Blues have you had?
I'm telling you right now. Listen, all I have ever asked for is grit. You got Tyler Bertuzzi, upgrade.
Oh yeah, he's a fighter. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You have Max Domi as your third C or second line C with Tavares jumping to the left. You need one more D and sign a goalie. Klingberg is amazing.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have an issue signing Samsonov. I don't think that's a problem. They'll get that done. I think it's contingent on, like we said before, one of those four leaving, whoever it might be. Matthew staying around, Tavares staying around.
At this point, do not believe anyone will beat New Jersey.
It'll be tough. I mean, look
amazing.
Look at them this year, right? I mean, we all but counted them out at the beginning of the season, and that youthfulness just kind of took over, and the sky was the limit. So I mean, next year is just going to be phenomenal to watch. So yeah, we'll have to see.
The question is, Bacon, will Montreal finish 4 or 5?
Oh, God, listen. My Montreal pick of last year is your Toronto Jersey pick of this year.
I was going to say the exact same thing. You may be off the hook for that Montreal pick now that he's gone all in with Toronto making.
And I've admitted 3 or 4 times that I had 4 or 5 pops before I made that pick. You, we'll see.
You need a certain kind of team. And with Domi and Bertuzzi and Klingberg, yeah, I'm in.
Is it enough?
I'm in.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't hate it. Let's put it that way.
You're a fan of Toronto, of course.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm also a fan of good hockey. And I don't hate it. Yeah. We'll see. We will see.
Mark my words.
Oh, I've got it down on paper. To the time, to the date. Good stuff.
Look, you can only do so much. Trade Marner. Get a D-man. Even better. But I'm in this year.
I'm excited. I really am. It's the draft was cool. I honestly though, I think they can forgo the whole crew walking up. to the stage, shaking Bettman's hand every 15 seconds. He has no business even being on the stage. Announce, okay, cool.
Or bringing in an Eskimo up who's like methed out of his head.
Right? Like, I don't know. Bettman just announced the draft has started and go sit down. You don't need to be in every team. I don't know if you noticed or not. If you watch him, every team picture where the GMs come up and the pick comes up and they shake hands and put on the jersey, there's 2 pictures taken. One has got Bettman in it. Yeah. And then he walks off the side of the stage and then it's got the GMs and whatever of the team. He doesn't belong in there. Get out of there.
But that's every sport, though. You see the football draft, everybody takes a picture with the commissioner.
Stupid. Get out of there.
Baseball does the same thing. Every sport does that. That's just the way sports are.
I will give Bettman credit, though. He owns the fact that everybody hates him.
Oh, he tells them that more. That's not enough for when they start.
He gets mad when they don't boo him.
Right.
So he gets it, I think. But
he does.
Big B, I'm like,
this smells good, Big B.
Well,
what's it smell like? Tell me.
Like watermelon and pickles, I'm sure.
Oh. Actually, it does have an overtone of pickles. It's like it smells fresh. Like
it smells laundry fresh. Which one is that?
Not laundry fresh. This is the Great Daylight, the Spectrum Pale Ale.
Not laundry fresh.
Yeah, not laundry fresh, but just fresh, just crisp.
And you guys are worried about me. Big B, what do you see happening this year?
As far as?
Division and finals, what do you see?
It's way too early. Are we doing way too early picks?
It's way too early, but look, my
too early picks.
Right? Are not in form. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking right now. What are you thinking right now?
Let me see. I'm actually, I wasn't even considering anything, but let me give this a second here. So I agree with
Bacon,
you. I don't think
over to you. Bacon, over to you. How's Ottawa and Montreal going to do?
They're not going to do anything. Like I said in the pre-show.
Detroit.
Like I said in the pre-show, I got more faith in Arizona than I do in Ottawa this year.
All right, so Bacon's picking Ottawa.
Terrible. What? So no. I think it's going to be with the young talent coming up in the draft and the moves that some of these teams have made. And again, we've got another 8, 9, 10 weeks.
Oh, we're well in advance. This is just we're just spitting right now.
Moves are going to keep happening here and there. The notable ones have happened because people want to sign, people want to get where they're going, whatever. I am excited for the NHL this coming season, and I will preface this and say, for people that are fans of teams like Seattle, some of the newer hockey fans, you are coming into the NHL and watching hockey at an awesome time. Okay. Now the old school stuff was granted that we grew up with, you can't replace it. But if you're a new person to hockey, unbelievable. The talent that you're going to watch based on the stuff coming out of the draft and with some of these moves and some of these teams putting together, the right pieces at the right time. Wow. It's going to be fantastic.
You're such a coach. You are the glory hole of hockey. Mike Jolis, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe that was beautiful. If I was standing at a bridge waiting to enter a country, oh my God, that was beautiful. Mike Jolis, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Pucks and Pints. How are you doing today, Coach K? How's it going, Sir Big B? And hello, Bacon. And I hope you guys are having a fabulous day. Alrighty, guys. It is time now for the Sports Minute. ESPN fired a bunch of people. Fired Van Gundy, some other people I don't care about. They even fired Susie Colbert. Boo, ESPN. Boo. Less than a week until the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. That used to be huge for me. No, not so much. Congrats to the LSU Tigers on their 7th championship in the College World Series. They won the best-of-3 series last week. Tickets sold out for the Dolphins-Chiefs game to be played in Week 9 at Frankfurt, Germany. Sold out in 15 minutes. Ja, bitte. Congrats to the Bacon family up there in Ontario. Their daughter's team won the 3rd gold of the softball season. The team went undefeated over the weekend. Very nice. The New York Jets will be the highlighted team this preseason on HBO's Hard Knocks. I, for one, cannot wait to not watch. I don't have HBO, and I'm sick of Aaron Rodgers anyway. The WNBA's Phoenix Mercury fired their head coach, Vanessa Nygaard, last week. They lost 10 of the first 12 games to start the season. Vanessa was the 63rd head coach in the short 26 years as a team. The New York Mets paid Bobby Bonilla again on July 1st. He hasn't played for them since 99. July 1st is the day the Mets pay the deferred $1 million check until 2035. That's why it's known as Bobby Bonilla Day. The WNBA All-Star Layup and Jump Shot game is scheduled for July 15th, so long as interest is there. The game might be in Las Vegas, or it could get moved to a YMCA in Butte, Montana. We'll see. All right, guys, that does it for the Sports Minute. I just wanted to take a moment to say congrats once again to Jay Vegas on winning the NHL Playoff Pick'em tournament that we did. And also congrats to Pucks and Pints on a great first season. This has been a lot of fun for me as well. And I will be back next season with the Sports Minute. Have a good summer. Later, guys. Bye-bye.
Mike Jolitz. The one and only.
Poetry. And I'll throw out a thank you to Joe Litz for doing what he does week after week, giving us some hockey news and some weird sports news and some other news. The one that he missed this week that I missed until this morning was July 1st was Rick DiPietro Day. The worst buyout in NHL history of the Islanders, paying DiPietro $1.5 million every July 1st from 2013 all the way to 2029.
Still paying.
Still paying. 6 more years to go. And he's laughing all the way to the bank.
A big congrats, by the way, to Bacon and his softball team.
Appreciate that. Well, my daughter's team. I'm just, they're all U21 players, so they're, we're just there for personality management at this point. They know what they need to do, and we just make sure they do it amicably. 3rd tournament, 3rd gold. I'll be honest, it ended kind of crappy this year. This week, my daughter ended up in an ambulance ride with a sprained knee, so she got to get some X-rays and nothing major, but she's out for the next 4 weeks or so, bobbling around on crutches.
How do you need an ambulance ride for a sprained knee?
She couldn't even walk. We weren't sure if it was a torn MCL or what it was. She could wiggle her toes, but that was about it. Couldn't extend her leg, couldn't do anything. So again, an abundance of caution and probably a legal indemnity. The league hosting decided to call an ambulance and just make sure it was done by the book.
Great name for another show, Big B.
Mm-hmm.
She could wiggle her toes.
Or you're the glory hole of the NHL. One of the two.
I'm still waiting for Big B to place his what's going to happen.
So I'm just going to go. This is way too early. We don't know what's going to happen. So I'm just going to throw things out there.
Way too soon.
Make a prediction. Come on. Arizona, number 1. Let's go.
Eastern Conference Final. Buffalo and Carolina.
Ooh, that's not a bad prediction.
Bacon.
Wow. Oh boy. I like Buffalo. I think boy. Wow.
Wow. Big B, you need that thing you have that has the electric jolt.
Yeah, a little cattle prod or something, right?
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. It got moved. It's not next to me anymore. It's my taser. I had a taser.
He used to have a taser.
No, I didn't used to. I still have it. I just don't know where it is. It got moved.
I'll take
Wow.
I'll take Vegas and Colorado in the East while he's thinking.
You mean in the West?
In the West, I mean. I'll take no way Edmonton's gonna Vegas, Colorado in the West, Toronto Devils East.
So again, this is way too early predictions.
Way too early.
I
Yeah.
have
Way.
what did I say? Buffalo and Carolina.
Buffalo, Carolina. Yep.
I'm saying Seattle and Dallas
Oh my gosh.
in the West. Way too early because we
Seattle,
don't
Dallas.
know. I'm just throwing it out there. Seattle and Dallas.
Where did you go? Where did you go, Coach K?
I was going Colorado, Vegas, and Toronto,
Toronto, Jersey.
Jersey, and Joel says he's going to grab Vegas. No, this is way too early, folks.
But it's fun. Oh man, those are both in the East. Those are both some strong predictions. I think I'm going to go.
You still don't believe, do you?
I believe, but I don't know if I believe more than I believe this year.
You still don't believe.
But
I'm gonna turn my back on my team.
As much as I've taught you over the years.
You can't do it as a fan, though.
No, you
I would've picked
can't.
The Rangers.
You've been on the bench with me. We know what it takes to win. We took Ollie. All we did was put Ollie on that girl, and it shut her down. She didn't score. You don't believe in me, do you?
I do. I just don't believe in the Maple Leafs this year. I'm going Buffalo, Jersey. I'm taking one from each. I like both those predictions. Those are strong predictions. I think Buffalo has what it takes this year. I think Jersey is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Toronto, it's going to be, God, man.
Obi-Wan.
Again, it's early predictions. Depending on how Toronto manages the core four is going to depend on where they end up. And I'm going to, as of today, Buffalo, Jersey, Vegas, Edmonton.
Dude.
Vegas, Edmonton for the Western.
Dude. You have spent time with me on the bench. They have Domi, and they have Bertuzzi, and they have Klingberg. And what would you do? I can't believe you are betting against us.
Again, I think it's management of the core four. Once the core four situation gets sorted out, maybe my thoughts change. But at this point, I gotta go with my gut.
You're the two of you are picking Buffalo.
Absolutely.
Why not? Especially if they go out and swing a deal for Hellebuck.
I love Buffalo. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love them. Leafs. Devils. In 5. Stanley Cup. Devils.
And I'll throw it out. If Jolitz, I know you're out there, Vegas. If you're still around, throw your thoughts in the chat. Eastern Final, Western Final.
Joel says he wants to pick Arizona for last.
But they had matching suits at the draft.
They did have matching suits, and they got Kerfoot.
It looked ridiculous. It looked like they owned a hotel.
It did look stupid. That was the most dumbest thing I've ever seen.
What about the Red Wings getting Hall?
Yeah, I guess that would be the toss-up for the fail of the draft. Is it the Red Wings and Hall or Arizona and their suits? Which one was worse?
But did you realize every pick that Arizona picked was like 9'11"? They were huge players.
The Giants are coming, ladies and gentlemen. It may be 2027, but the Giants are coming.
So in other draft related news,
wait a minute. Are the Ducks going to make the playoffs?
I don't make the playoffs.
No.
Maybe as a wild card, squeaking in at 7 or 8.
They got Killhorn and Gudas.
They have not improved 42 points worth. That's how much they were outside of the last remaining playoff spot. 42 points.
Yeah. And remember, Gudas came out and said, they're going to fear me. And then, who? Radko who?
Hey, wait a minute. Winnipeg is gone. So you guys are telling me you got Vegas, Dallas, Columbus, or sorry, not Columbus, they're east. You got Dallas, Vegas, Edmonton,
Vegas, Edmonton, Seattle, Dallas,
Calgary, and who? Seattle. Okay. And in the East, you got
for what? For the playoffs?
No, I'm really curious about this. What you got in the East?
So the 8 teams in the East you're talking about?
Yeah. Here's what I see: New Jersey, Carolina, Toronto, Rangers. It's 4, right?
Yep.
Sabres.
No, that's 3. New Jersey, Carolina, Rangers, Sabres. That's 4.
Toronto. You forgot Toronto.
Oh, Toronto. Yes. Okay. Yeah. 5.
Tampa.
6.
Pittsburgh.
Ooh, 7. Okay.
Islanders.
8. So the only difference is that you left off Boston and Florida.
Yeah, I don't think either. They're both shit.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, maybe Boston makes the playoffs, but I don't see them going Florida.
I think Boston will make the playoffs for sure.
I think that I'll be honest. I think they have to after this year. After having such a stellar year and then crapping the bed.
Okay, they're going to lose Bergeron and Krejci.
Yep.
They've
already lost Bertuzzi.
Lost Bertuzzi.
And possibly Hall. Right? There's talks about Hall migrating. Right?
Hall's already on Chicago. And
so he's gone, right?
Orlov.
Wait. But Bertuzzi was there for like 30 games. So you can't really count him. They were the number 1 team in the league way before Bertuzzi was there. And Orlov too. They were the number 1 team in the league way before Orlov was there. So
and Swayman, by the way, Swayman wants a trade.
Yep, he wants out.
Right, but if Olmark's going to play to the Vezina level that he played last year, okay, you give him a backup goalie. Swayman became a backup goalie.
Yeah, I don't disagree with his thoughts about getting out because they came out this year and said we're going to go 50-50. We're going to see who split the time, and then Olmark was on fire and Swayman just sat on the bench.
Right.
And then Olmark got cold and Swayman played a few games, and then Olmark got hot and Swayman just disappeared again. So his reason to be traded absolutely warranted.
For sure.
Go somewhere.
100%.
Right?
Where's he going? Edmonton.
He could go to Buffalo. Look, if Buffalo can't swing Hellebuck, that he could. Swayman would be a nice addition into Buffalo.
Yeah, I don't see that being a. Yeah, absolutely.
So
like you said, somebody said maybe Edmonton. Like I don't know.
I still see Boston. You still see Boston in.
Yes, I see Boston in.
I see them
Yeah.
making it in. I don't see them making it out of the playoffs into the finals
No,
or anything
No,
like that.
no, yeah, absolutely not. But I see them making it in.
If Buffalo's in, Boston's out.
No, I say if Buffalo's in, Florida's out.
Oh, Florida's out for sure.
No, I'm sorry. No, sorry. I made a mistake. If Buffalo's in, the Islanders are out. I don't think the Islanders, with their Engvall 7-year deal, that's not enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they spent some money, but not on the right players,
Not on the right
unfortunately.
people, right? For sure. If Buffalo's in, I think the Islanders are out. Boston's in. Now you brought up Edmonton. So is Edmonton going to ride Stuart Skinner?
I think they have to.
They have to.
They gambled on Campbell, and that was a fail.
They made a very bad mistake with Jack Campbell.
Mm.
And the last thing that Dubas did was let that guy go.
You know, and that's the thing, right? In hindsight, you know, everybody thought, I say everybody, a lot of people thought, you know, oh man, we got rid of Campbell. He's going to Edmonton. He was decent. That might have been one of the better moves he made, that Dubas made.
Probably the best.
Right? Because he got into Edmonton, and like you said, they made a critical misjudgment with Campbell, thinking that he was going to be the guy.
They made a critical misjudgment with Hyman.
Well, that too.
Okay.
Okay. So here's a good question then.
Here's the egg on the plate, Bacon. Bunting is not worth
no.
$4.5 million.
No, absolutely. I don't think so either.
Even Big B knows that.
Yeah, I think he's way too much of a liability. He's a mid-range 1.5, maybe 2 at the most.
Third line left wing.
Maybe.
What was his contract on the Leafs?
775.
He was making $7 million.
Yep.
No, 775. 100,000.
Yeah, he was just under 800,000.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So he made the money. Like he admittedly he signed up, right? 3 years at 13.5, but he's not worth it.
That's a big jump from 800,000.
No, I don't think Hall is either.
Hall in Detroit at $3 million. Are you freaking kidding me?
So do you think Dubas looked at Edmonton and went, somebody over there has got sucker written on their face, because we're going to give them Hyman and Campbell. We're going to offload a couple of guys. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Hyman. I don't know that he's worth the money that we were paying him. I don't know that he's worth the money that Edmonton's paying him.
2.5. 2.5. That's it.
So, okay, here's the thing. The roles should be reversed in my opinion. Bunting should be the player at 2.5 and Hyman should be the player at 4. Because Hyman's more of a player than Bunting is.
Not a chance.
Dude, Hyman is
neither one of those guys are worth the money. So they're paying.
Oh, they're not. Neither of them are worth 4.
Well, they're paying for Bertuzzi this year. Why? No idea. The guy's a crack nut.
But he's a fighter. He's attitude in the lineup that they desperately need. You got to pay
now,
to get somebody in there that's going to go out there and defend your teammates. Matthews isn't going to fight.
Domi at 3. I'm good.
Yeah, those two dudes are going to fight. You watch. They're going to fight more than Reeves.
Max Domi is not a fighter.
He's more of a fighter.
He's just like his dad.
He's scrappy.
A good hockey player.
He's a good player.
Domi.
He's not.
Reeves,
he's nowhere near like Ty Domi as a fighter. Max Domi is not a fighter. He may be a grinder and like one of those sandpaper guys, and you know will muck it up in the corners. He's not a fighter.
The only reason we got Reeves, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Big B last year. Oh my God! I can't believe the Rangers got rid of Reeves. He's magnificent.
I love Ryan Reeves. If I turn around, Ryan Reeves is on the back of this shirt.
Dressing room presence.
I don't agree with the 3 years given Ryan Reeves because he's 36 years old, but I wish the Rangers had Ryan Reeves back. Not only is he a dressing room guy, he's an on ice guy. The Rangers, when they made their deep run, not last two seasons ago, into the Eastern Conference Finals, everybody on that bench said we feel more confident when Ryan Reeves is in the lineup because we know that we're not going to get touched. Because if they do, Ryan Reeves is going to kill somebody. So there was confidence in there. He's a locker room guy. He's a personality guy. And once Ryan Reeves got traded, the Rangers lost their personality. That's what he's bringing to Toronto. I do not agree with giving him 3 years, though. That's a long contract for a 36-year-old player who doesn't score, is just a physical presence.
AM34 needs to sign. Bacon.
Hello. I think
AM34
absolutely
needs to sign.
Absolutely. And he's already come out, the talk was that, it had to be done by July 1st. And he's come out and said, listen, here's what I want. Here's the low end that I'm willing to take because I want you to be able to work around and make some of these other moves happen. But I think his number is sitting around, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's sitting around 14 a year. Is that
13 over 5?
High 13s, right? So I think he's going to do it. I think it just, again, it depends on the management of those other contracts, right? Those other 4, what they can do. And I don't know if it's Matthews and Marner are kind of like this, or if it's Matthews and Nylander, or if they all want to be together. I don't know. We don't have the ability and the privy to talk to these guys to say, hey, you can't disclose information, but do you want everybody back, and what are you willing to do to get them all back?
I say he signs at 13.
My gut feeling is that Matthews will sign, and you're going to hate to hear it, but I think Matthews is going to sign because Marner's going to sign and Nylander is going to be the one to go. That's what I feel, but time will tell.
And like I said, what I saw today was that the Leafs are $8 million over the cap. So they have to do something with one of those 4 that are making larger dollars.
Right. And with contingent that you've got Murray still waiting to be bought out or sent somewhere. And then Muzzin and his money tied up, he'll be
he'll put
whatever,
on LTIR, right? But does that equate to $8 million? No,
it doesn't. No.
So you have to make a move, and I agree. I think Marner stays, and I think Nylander goes. There's been a big thing here in the being removed from Canada and the Toronto market. It's been widely publicized that Nylander has submitted the teams that he will not accept a trade to. So if that's widely publicized, that kind of means he's being shopped.
You think every player has Arizona on that list?
I think. Well,
I don't. I honestly don't, because I'm
Arizona,
surprised.
You've got Winnipeg, you've got Calgary, you've got Vancouver, you've got Montreal.
I don't think landing in Vancouver is as bad as landing in Winnipeg or landing in Arizona.
Here's the one thing, real quick.
Right?
I just want to touch on Arizona, really quick. I'm surprised they made the moves that they did on day one, because we all know their arena situation. They're a fully rebuilding team, but you got Bukestad coming back. He knew what was in Arizona, was traded away, and he decided to come back. Kerfoot, I know, whatever, he's an ex-Montreal, Toronto player. He's still a decent player. He signed with them. An older player, I forget his name, signed with them all on day one. I mean, you would figure Arizona would come up, like day 5 and whatever's left with the guys who didn't get offers. All right, maybe we'll sign some guys, but they got signings on day 1, which was surprising to me because of their situation. So
no, Yeah, they won't make the playoffs.
No, of course, no. They're not going to. I'm not saying they're making the playoffs at all. I'm just saying, to me, and I followed them all through last season. I'm surprised there were so many signings for them on day one.
I just want to say, all you guys want to ship Nylander out. Go for it.
Look, I don't.
Just go for it.
I'm going to defend it with I don't want to ship him out. I think he's the guy that's going to go.
Yeah.
I really do.
Marner is the guy to go. I've said it since day one.
Why do you hate him so much?
Yeah, he had to have hurt him.
What did he do to you?
Previous life.
Did he break your heart? Did you text him one night and say, "Listen, I like you as my favorite player," and he's like, "Who dis?"
He turned down an autograph when he was on the Spitfires. It has to be.
Yeah.
So here's what. Here's.
You got a Marner jersey hanging on your wall, do you not?
Of course he does.
An autographed Marner jersey on my wall.
Right, from the Knights, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What did he do to hurt you?
Here's the deal. Who is the better player?
Again,
Nylander scores goals.
Again, I will go back to who's the better player for the system. Like Patrick Kane came to the Rangers, a phenomenal player, one of the, could be arguably the best American-born player ever. As of right now, Matthews will get there eventually. Was terrible on the Rangers. He was not good on the Rangers. He didn't fit. Marner fits Toronto better than Nylander. I don't care if he's a better player or not. He fits. And on the outside looking in, he's more of a clutch player as far as points and as far as the stat sheet goes than Nylander. He gets it done when it counts.
Okay.
I know you don't like it.
Hold on. This next segment is brought to you by my next beer, Surfside. It's an West Coast IPA.
Yeah. Hold
on. Smell like
with the
as Mike Jolitz said.
And
hang on. As Mike Jolitz just said, Coach K, can you show us on the doll where Marner hurt you? Was it here? Was it right here? Where did he hurt you?
Why do you guys love him so much?
I'm away from it. I don't give a shit about. I don't give a crap about any of the Toronto Maple Leafs. What I see and what is reported statistically, Marner is more clutch than Nylander, and he fits the system according to Bacon. He fits the system better than Nylander. One of them has to go. Tavares isn't going. Matthews isn't going. It doesn't seem like Marner's going. Nylander's the odd man out.
It's going to break my heart.
Listen, okay. I'm going to go on record right now. We've got all of these guys have at least a year, right? We expect something to be done this year in preparation for future seasons.
Mm-hmm.
If Marner goes and Nylander stays, I will buy you dinner.
God bless you.
If Marner stays and Nylander goes, you will buy me dinner.
Guaranteed. The biggest mistake you will ever make. We have a choice between two players. I will buy you dinner. I will buy you drinks all night. He's a piece of crap. That's it. I'm done. You weigh
I feel like I wrestled an alligator.
You weigh Willie Nylander against Mitchell Marner. He's a good player. He'll fetch you a top 4D.
I think to be honest, I think both of them will fetch a great return.
We need to keep one. We need a right winger.
No. But I'm saying,
use.
But I'm saying, if Marner goes or Nylander goes, with either one, it doesn't matter. We're going to get a good return for both of them, or for either of them. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Why
do you guys like Marner so much?
I don't think it's a case of liking him more than the other. I like them both. I think Nylander's helmet sits too high on his head. What else?
Again,
other than that,
Marner is a piece of crap.
Okay, great. You're saying this as a fan. You don't like Marner. We understand that. I'm on the outside. I could give a crap about any of the Maple Leafs. I hope they all get traded. I don't give a crap. Who would you like?
If you could have Nylander or Marner, who would you pick?
The point is, as I'm looking at it and I see the highlights of Maple Leaf games, I read the stats, I see what they say on NHL Network. Marner is the more clutch player. He gets points.
Willie Nylander.
Okay, great. You can say his name all you want. That doesn't stop the fact that Marner gets the points when needed, which means he's a clutch player. Yes, I've seen him give up horrible turnovers. I've seen him stand still as other players skate by him. He's still better in the system and more of a clutch player than Nylander. And I'm on the outside looking in. I could give a crap about any of them. Nylander is going to go. One of them has to. You're $8 million over the cap. One of them has to. It's going to be Nylander.
I'm losing my shit right now, Bacon.
All right, listen. And this is unofficial, off the record. I've asked 3 other sources. They all say Nylander. That he walks.
You are going to lose.
I'm just
one of the best goal scorers of all time.
I don't disagree with that.
He's one of the best goal scorers of all time. He's up there with Ovechkin and Gretzky.
I do not disagree with that. Well, no one's up there with Gretzky. Come on.
Ovechkin and Gretzky, and then Nylander. Give me a break. He's not one of the best goal scorers.
Oh, give me a break. Here comes Mitchell Marner doing a little dance. Oh, I'm spinning in my chair. I'm going to spin back again. He's a piece of shit.
Was it here?
Yes.
Is this where he hurt you?
Yeah. He's a piece of shit, Big B.
How about those Flyers?
Let's trade those Flyers. Hey, how about Nylander on the Calgary Flames? No, that's not right. Let's trade Nylander for Carlson.
Okay. Yeah, so how about this? Now that you're saying it, okay. So we got Marner and we got Nylander. If you had to trade one, which I know you're going to trade Marner, where does he land? Where would you see him fitting in?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'd see
despite
Marner,
how you feel about him, where do you see him thriving?
I'd see Marner in Columbus.
So I just ran some stats.
Oh, jeez.
In 520 games, Nylander, I switched screens. Nylander has 490 points.
Yeah.
In 507 games, which is 23 less, Mitch Marner has 554 points. Marner has more points.
Where are Nylander's goals?
I was just going to ask the same question. What is the goal differential? Because Marner is more of a setup man than he is a goal scorer.
177 to 168.
So it's pretty even.
I would still take Nylander 100%. 100%. Big D. Go ahead and take Mitch Marner on your white ring. I'm cruising in, and then I'm gonna defect because I'm scared. Nylander, every day, today, tomorrow, Nylander.
Okay. It's not going to happen, but okay.
You're going to lose a guy.
I'm not losing anything.
No, you won't, because you're not a Leaf fan. You're going to lose your best right winger, Bacon.
Yeah, I mean,
Marner is a piece of shit.
Can I change the topic? Because we're not going to get anywhere. He's going to continually hate Marner, and we're going to, we know reality that Nylander's leaving. Can I change the topic?
Nylander, wherever Nylander goes, is my number one team.
I have a question regarding two former Rangers that are out there. One, probably the number one remaining free agent out there, which is Tarasenko. And two, what happens with Patrick Kane? Where do they go? Now, I know Patrick Kane didn't fit into the Rangers system under Gallant. I would like to see him play under Laviolette. I would like them to sign him and put him on LTIR so it doesn't have a cap hit, and see what he has at the second half of the season. Supposedly Kane's going to be ready after the new year. I would love to see the Rangers sign him. I don't see it happening, but I would love to see the Rangers sign him. I would have loved the Rangers to have kept Tarasenko, but they don't have the money. Where do those two guys wind up?
Tarasenko, well, let's go Kane, Bacon. Kane will go to New York or Chicago.
I don't see Kane going back home to Chicago.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't see that.
Tarasenko will play in Detroit.
Maybe.
Now, Tarasenko had said going into free agency, how his family is treated is very important. So it's going to be not just a high dollar money situation. He wants to go where his family feels welcome. Again, I would have loved to have him back on the Rangers. It's not going to happen.
Detroit.
Money.
Well, so interestingly enough, to go along with that comment, Big B, Tarasenko has been linked to talks in Ottawa.
Not a chance.
Hold on, and I'm only saying that because of DeBrincat.
Well,
DeBrincat is being a big proponent of trying to get him out there.
Yeah, but DeBrincat wants out, and that's what I was. That's what I thought earlier in the show.
Columbus.
For what?
Yeah, so if they can move him,
Columbus.
If they can move DeBrincat, there's no reason why Tarasenko couldn't end up there. And again, it's all speculation coming from Elliot Friedman,
Detroit,
and Matt Saravelli. But it's one of those. Or Frank Saravelli, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But it's it's there. I mean, maybe Detroit, but
yeah,
Detroit,
Dallas.
It's going to be.
I'm saying Dallas.
I'd love to see him in Dallas.
Well, interestingly enough, with Dallas, they've been linked to talks to Matt Dumba from Minnesota. So that would be an interesting combination if you could get Dumba and Tarasenko in Dallas.
Yeah,
I heard.
Wow,
I heard Dumba's going to Ronald.
Going to who?
Ronald.
Toronto?
For Marner.
Well, for Marner, yes.
Shut up.
Where does Kane end up now? I don't think he's going to sign until way into the season because he's got.
Kane's going to play in Winnipeg.
Where is Kane going to end up?
Winnipeg.
He's not going to end up in Winnipeg.
With Taves.
Yeah, no, he's not ending up in Winnipeg. Bacon, where do you think he ends up? Like I said, I would love the Rangers to sign him and stash him on LTIR for so they don't get the cap hit. I don't see it happening, but where do you see him going?
To be honest, I don't see him landing back in New York. I don't see him going back to Chicago. I could see him ending up on the West Coast somewhere, maybe in LA or in Anaheim. I don't know if they have the money to do it. but I you
What
know,
about,
something to get him out of this
what-
conference and just let him start. You know,
What about Detroit?
I don't want to say start new, but Detroit.
LA
Stop.
might be. LA might.
Nobody's
he
going to
likes
Detroit.
LA might be interesting. Just adding Pierre-Luc Dubois, redoing their goalie situation. LA might be interesting for Patrick Kane to play in.
Yeah, I don't see him like Seattle is a no. I don't see him fitting in with that team and that culture. But I mean, LA maybe, Anaheim maybe, Colorado. They've gotten rid of a few, and maybe you put McKinnon and Kane together. I don't know. My gut feels that maybe he goes, Western Conference just to get out of the East and try something new.
Okay.
I say Detroit.
So Tarasenko and Kane go to Detroit?
Yep. Steve Yzerman.
Are they that much in need of right wings in Detroit?
I don't know. I'm not a fan.
Good Lord.
I think the Patrick Kane, Tarasenko to me is the number one remaining free agent. I think the Patrick Kane situation will not be resolved anytime soon. I think he waits until.
Could it be Buffalo?
A homecoming for Patrick Kane. I read that today, where it's a possibility. No, well, I read that for Patrick Kane, where it could be a homecoming for Patrick Kane to go play in Buffalo, which would be a great coup for them if they got Patrick Kane for the second half of the season to make that playoff push. That would be phenomenal for them.
Do you think he's healthy though? Like you
Not
look
right
at
now.
him when he played in New York. Like look at the what it was 60 games or whatever in New York.
He
didn't look healthy. Like
No,
you looked at his face. He had lost a lot of weight. He's very skeletal, right? And I don't know if it's indicative of just maybe he just trimmed out and he just whatever. I don't know.
It was just it was his hip.
How about Pacioretty?
Didn't Pacioretty sign somewhere?
Yeah, he went to. Wait. And I keep muting because my air conditioner kicked on because it's hot as crap down here.
I don't hear it, so it don't matter.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Pacioretty.
He went somewhere though.
Yeah, he went.
I'm looking forward to.
He was at the top of my list here on July 1st.
Carolina, Boston. Where'd he go?
It's a good question. We're looking.
Oh, fuck. Anyway, so here's what I think about the Leafs.
We already heard what you thought about the Leafs.
We heard it for like an hour.
Fucking Pacioretty.
The more you drink, the slower you process these notes.
So the
Jolitz, if you're still there and you can get it faster than we can. Oh, here it is. 1 year, $2 million with the Capitals.
Capitals,
who are not even going to be close to making the playoffs this year.
He's playing with Ovi.
Which okay, so there's and when you mentioned it earlier, Big B, so Ovechkin is what 100 and little more than 100 goals, 120 goals more out of the scoring title.
I thought it was less than that. I thought it was like 90 away.
90 okay, 90. So it's obviously a season and a half, 2 seasons. Do you think he does it or what? He's gonna stay. He's gonna stay until he does it because he's that stubborn.
Right.
I'd say 3.
Right, and that's what I was getting at. The numbers dictate he's been on a downward trend the last 3 or 4 years. So realistically, 90 goals is 2 seasons for a top or a middle tier to top tier player. But
3.
Because of his age, because of injury, because of whatever, are we talking 3 more seasons?
Yeah. So if you're talking 2, that's 45 a year. He's not doing 45 a year.
He's not
exactly right. He's on that very big downward trend.
You could do 3. You could say 4. I mean, 90 goals, 4 years on a downward trend guy. That's 20 plus goals a year.
And he's stubborn enough to stay, but does his body hold out? Like, he's obviously stubborn enough to
injuries
be here.
is a huge factor.
He's going to do it. There's no doubt. 4 years. 4.
How old is he now?
39.
39. So you
4
say
years.
you
Four-
Yeah, he's close. I mean, I think he's got to be. Shit, he might even. Sorry, he
Let,
might
all
even
right,
be.
let's say he's 39, doing it in 4
He's
years.
the
He's going to be
modern
playing.
day Gordie Howe.
He's going to be playing when he's 43 years old.
Yes,
To
he will.
make the to break the scoring record. That's
Yes,
going to be tough. I
he
mean,
will.
you're talking about what, 20? Say
He's
90
37
goals,
right now. My apologies. 37.
23, like 22 to 23
Yes.
goals a season for 4
Guaranteed.
seasons.
Yeah, he was at 42 goals this year.
But
Well,
again, if you're going to do it in 2, you have to do 45 each year.
He's got to do
not-
45, right? He's going to
Right,
have to
not
have a
gonna do
stellar
that.
season.
Right. He's not going to do that. I would
Yes,
push it
he
out
will.
to 4 because
Yes,
he's
he
getting
will.
older. Injuries are a factor.
No,
I would push it out to
it's-
4. You got to average 23 goals a season.
Yes, he will do it. He's better than Stamkos.
Stamkos isn't going to be 43 when he's playing.
No,
I think he's
Stamkos-
more resilient than Stamkos. I think
Right.
Stamkos has got more longevity in his career.
No, Ovi will do it.
Well, I think he will absolutely. But your statement that he's better than Stamkos, I think Stamkos has got more longevity in his career than Ovi does.
So let's do an actual comparison. Jaromir Jagr, because he's still playing in the Czech
Oh, Jesus,
Republic.
he's
when
over 50, right?
Right, he's
Yeah.
over 50. But in the NHL, he was playing in his 40s.
Yep.
Is Ovi better than Jagr at the same age?
Yes,
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
yes.
Okay, well, I want to say yes. I will say yes. Knowing that, again, it always goes back to this argument when you talk to somebody about, oh, is Gretzky the best goal scorer? What hockey when Jagr was at the same age was a different game than it is now.
Right.
Right. It wasn't as fast.
Right.
It was a
Wasn't
lot
wide
more
open.
physical.
Right.
But that combined, I think Ovi is a stronger, bigger, faster goal scorer and player than Jagr was in comparison
Mhm.
between the two times.
Got it.
I think
Right. Jagr had to know how to take a hit where Ovi has guys that take hits for him.
Right.
Right. So that's the biggest difference.
Oh, no, Ovi takes hits. Come on. Ovi is the best goal scorer of all.
From his wheelhouse. Jagr scored goals all over the
Everywhere.
ice.
Everywhere.
You
Ovi
guys
scores
are-
95% of his goals on the top of that circle.
Left side, top of the
Right. You're not
circle,
going to see Ovi scoring a goal from the right hand side of the ice down low behind the line or down low inside, 3 feet from the crease.
Nobody's calling Bobby Orr.
I wouldn't call Ovi Bobby Orr at all.
Bobby Orr is the greatest goal scorer of all time.
Agreed.
Fine.
And how does that relate to Ovi?
I'm telling you right now, Bobby Orr is the best hockey player of all time.
Okay.
My opinion.
Where does Mitch Marner stack up in the greatest of all time?
Where did Bobby Orr hurt Mitch Marner on the doll?
Mitch Marner?
I'm just yanking your chain. This is fantastic. Listen,
Bobby Orr. Watch hockey. I know you guys both watch hockey.
absolutely.
Ovi.
I miss it.
Ovi is great. Bobby Orr is better.
Well, yeah, obviously. Oh,
I'm waiting for Big B. He's gonna probably tell me that Mitch Marner is got something up that chain.
I just want to know where he ranks on the greatest goal scorers of all time. If Bobby Orr is number 1, that means, Gordie Howe and Wayne Gretzky got to be in the 2-3 range. Where does
Right.
Mitch Marner rank?
Here. Here's where I'd go. Bobby Orr, number one. I'd go Gretzky, number two. I'd go Rocket Richard, number three, and Gordie Howe, number four.
Wow, Rocket Richard above Gordie Howe.
And I'd rate Mitch Marner somewhere around Alex Killorn.
Alex Killorn, who just went to Anaheim.
Yeah, descended into chaos.
$4 million. Mitch Marner is a piece of crap, ladies and gentlemen. How you all put him on this perch? Oh, he's almost got 100 points every year. He's the laziest, most useless person in the playoffs I have ever seen. End of story.
This take brought to you by LaBlatt Boo, ladies and gentlemen.
The show is Pucks and Pints. How many pints have you had? I've had a few, and I'm lost.
How you rate Mitch Marner as one of the top players in the NHL is absolutely beyond me.
At no point did anybody say Mitch Marner was one of the top players in the NHL.
I think we figured out why we don't do 2-hour shows much very often.
I've been drinking whiskey and beer, and I'm fine.
I love it.
Bacon's been drinking rainbows and quinoa in his beer all night.
Yeah, this one is very flowery. This is it really? It's aromatic.
And lime juice.
It's not as good as the tropical one, I'll tell you that. Listen, okay. Whatever your feelings on Marner are, it's the last show of the season.
Yep.
We had a fantasy pool this year.
Yep.
Push your thumb down for a minute. It was a pretty decent battle for first place for most of the season between Big B and I want to say Team Nads, and NYC Habs was up there for a while as well.
What about me?
Yes. You were not battling for first place.
Third-ish. I finished sixth. Everybody knows Jay Vegas. Thanks for playing. Thanks for putting a team in for no reason, just because. Whenever you were 0-22, so you did worse in fantasy than you did in your picks. The top here, the standings in that were Big B squeaking it out at the last minute with the last couple wins in the season. He went 15-7, with the points 4 being the win. Team Nads coming in second. Coach K, your son Jake, being third. You're coming in fourth.
No, my son. What about me?
You were fourth. NYC Habs in fifth. I was in sixth. MP's Isles, Melissa's Majestic team, who started off very strong and then faltered at the end. Yeah. The Great Kills Kings down in ninth, and Jay Vegas, sorry, buddy. 0-22. You didn't set your lineup 1 week in a row.
Not once.
19 forwards and 0 defense and 1 goalie. I don't understand how it works, but
can I say I had, and nobody saw this coming, obviously. I had the pick of the draft, which was the very last pick of the night, which was Erik Karlsson.
Absolutely.
Nobody saw it coming.
The first pick overall.
I had the first pick overall, which was Connor McDavid. But what I think pushed me was the very last pick of the night in Erik Karlsson, who nobody saw him doing what he did this season. That's why he was available at the very last pick of the night.
And Melissa's Majestic team took Vasilevsky and Shesterkin back to back as I believe it was like 3. It picked 3 and 4.
Yep.
I think, or 2 and 3. I can't remember. She was up at the top. Took the 2 best goalies, admittedly, in the in the draft, and it still didn't help. Again, started really strong, and then didn't falter. It didn't pan out. Faltered a little
I
bit.
was there,
Um,
Bacon, until the end.
Yep.
And can I say, Bacon, I don't know how much fantasy sports you've played, but I've been playing for at least 20 years in all leagues, basketball, football, baseball, hockey. And this I think honestly is the move that put me over the top. You cannot give up on a player when they have a bad stretch for a week or two. And that was what you did with what's his name from the Kings. You dropped, and I picked up on free agency, and he
Velarde.
Was
it Velarde?
No, it was the scorer. What hold on, I'll get to it.
I didn't give up on anyone.
I got to get to my team. Hold on. It was you dropped. Where's my team?
This is the
Doughty, Drew Doughty.
No, it wasn't.
Had to be.
greatest
Drew Doughty I
radio
drafted
of all time, ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
that's the only player from the Kings you got. So
No, it was the winger. What's his name? Where's my team? God damn it!
I'm looking at it, and the only LA King you got is Velarde, or is Doughty. I mean,
Listening
No.
to Pucks and Pine.
oh,
We
Dubois.
got two guys arguing over something that is
Listen.
totally irrelevant.
What does this man win?
Pucks and Pints Radio.
Is what I'm getting to.
Pucks and
The
Pints
fantasy winner.
.com
What does he win?
is where you need to listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
These two
dropped him.
guys are losing their mind.
I
over
dropped him.
some guy that played for the Los Angeles Kings.
I dropped him at the end of the season because you got to drop players at the very end to see who's playing. Kevin Fiala.
Oh yes.
Kevin Fiala.
You dropped Kevin Fiala very early in the season because he had a bad 2 weeks. I scooped him up,
and it burned me.
and yeah, it just went on.
.com,
You
ladies
can't
and
get,
gentlemen.
you can't give up on players when they have a bad 2 week, especially in a long season like an 82 game hockey season. You can't
I know
give
you,
up
you
on
have
these
to ride
players.
it out.
You have to.
Oh, Lord.
It is
Pucks
what it
and
is.
Pints
So,
Radio.
so that being said,
Radio.com.
Jesus,
Can somebody mute him?
what does he win?
I don't win anything apparently.
I don't know,
I win the prestige of
Fiala.
winning.
ladies and gentlemen.
Did
Kevin
you get your prize from the other group
No,
yet from last year?
no,
Because I feel bad for the lady that won this year.
I saw the video.
Fiala.
He auctioned,
Kevin
not
Fiala.
auctioned off. He had the drawing for who won this year's carving, and he still hasn't sent me mine.
Well, I have no idea why.
I messaged him the other day. I said, "Has it been sent yet?" No response. So I get nothing.
Kevin Fiala, ladies and gentlemen, is the last word we are going to say during this year's broadcast.
False.
Kevin Fiala.
I am the champion.
I'm gonna start it off and say, look, we got a 3 or 4 minutes, whatever. Thank you to everyone for sticking around for an entire season. 30 some episodes?
Something like that.
I don't
Oh,
even know what
at least
number.
35. At least 35.
It's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun. Drinking some beer, talking hockey every week, almost every week. We'll be back next year. Watch our page, our Facebook page, and our YouTube page for details as to when we're coming back. We'll keep posting here in the off season, cool things we see, whatever. But honestly, it's very, very cool from the bottom of my heart to everybody that listens and supports us, my friends, family, everything. Thank you very much.
Do we have a question for Colton?
Oh, a good trivia for the end of the year, maybe?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys maybe say your thank yous. I'll find you something good.
Before we get to that, let me echo Bacon's sentiment. This was a very, very fun inaugural season for Pucks and Pints. Special thanks to Mike Jolitz and Jay Vegas for adding what they do
yes.
every week with
Absolutely.
their picks of the week and the sports minute. It just added to the fun we have. And let me just say, no, I need him to come back. All right, so we're going to wait for Bacon to come back. So again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. Thank you to everybody who did join in on the fantasy league. It was fun for all of us, just to play around and have some fun. We'll do it again next year. And now that Bacon has his headphones back in, let me just say, just to Bacon, this was a great season. I know you haven't done this before, where DK and I have done several other shows prior. You did a great job this year. It was awesome hanging with you this year. We had a lot of fun. And you grew as it went on, as the show went on. You grew more comfortable behind the mic. You know, it was great to watch you do your thing. You did a great job, Bacon.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It it was a little daunting at first, right? It was a cool idea that we sort of came up with in the at the end of last year, halfway through your other show, and it was like, yeah, let's try it out, and it's been pretty cool. I've had a lot of fun doing it. I can't wait to do it again. I'm hoping for a pretty cool opening the next year when we decide on our next date. I'm gonna do something off site, I think, for our opener. So We'll see what happens.
Nice.
All right, that's all. This is really awesome, and I hope you all dry your tears. No, big thanks to Jay Vegas, Mike Jolitz, my two co-hosts. They are absolutely awesome.
Absolutely.
The least.
Absolutely. And we're hoping Coach K and I, and if Big B, if we can get him in the mix, we're hoping to get up there and see you guys at Jimmy's this summer before we come back.
Oh, by the way, Isby and I are going to play in your cornhole.
I saw that. I appreciate that. I really do. It'll be fun. I can't wait. It'll be good.
It won't be any fun. When I'm around, it's miserable. But anyway.
Well, I know we just put up with 2 hours of misery and Nylander and Marner and.
We love you guys. We'll see you next year. Listen, we appreciate everything you do, and we appreciate everything about hockey. Follow Pucks and Pints is what you want to follow. And if all goes well, that little bitch will be gone next year.
Oh, and Colton, here we go. I'm going to end this for you, buddy.
I was waiting. Because I know the answer.
No, you don't. All right, okay.
You don't even know the question.
So
who is the answer? Before he asks the question,
I know the answer, Big B.
All right.
The answer before he asks?
Who is the only player in NHL history to score exactly 500 goals in his career?
Mitch Marner.
He scored his 500th goal and got his 1,000th point and won the Stanley Cup for the first time in his final season, 88-89.
Oh, wow.
88-89.
Oh, I don't know.
Steve Yzerman.
Okay, that's guess number one. You get 3 guesses. I will narrow it down and give you a hint that it's a Canadian team.
Theo Fleury.
Theo Fleury.
It's not Fleury, but that's very close.
Ooh.
Yari Curry.
Nope. Lanny McDonald.
Oh,
Lanny McDonald, the only player in NHL history to score exactly 500 goals.
Affiliate stations. To find out more, check out Pucks and Pints Radio on Facebook and Twitter.
Lanny McDonald.
Yes, sir. Mustache man himself.
Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoyed the show. Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload.
This is Pucks and Pints.